Test. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of 2014 International Conference on Rubber, ICR, Small Rubber Farm in Changing Environment, meeting the challenges of sustainable development in various contexts at Thaksin University, Pathalung Campus, Thailand. My name is Vilaylak Kampong from Faculty of Technology and Community Development.
สวัสดีค่ะ I am Anisara Pensu from Faculty of Technology and Community Development. So today we have 4 sessions. The first session will be the keynote presentation in occupational and environmental health situations, impact of rubber production, and transformation on health and environment. And the oral presentation will have 2 sessions today. The first one will be the socioeconomics in the Nakarin room, and the environmental health and public health issues will be held in this room, Papayom room. And the poster presentation will be at the hall besides just your right hand side. And after the session, the last session will be the closing ceremony, which will be held in this room.
For now, we would like to welcome you to the plenary lecture 3, Occupational and Environmental Health Situation, Impact of Rubber Production and Transformation on Health and Environment by Associate Professor Dr. เฉลิมชัย ชัยกิติพร
Associate Professor Dr. เฉลิมชัย ชัยกิติพร He is the chairman of the PhD International Program in Occupational Health and Safety, and he is a former Regional Director of Asia Pacific Academic Consortium on Public Health, responsible for South and Southeast Asia. So, during 1990 to 1994, he was the president of Occupational Safety and Health at Work Association, and now he is working as the advisor to the Occupational Safety and Health at Work Association.
Please warm welcome Associate Professor Dr. เฉลิมชัย ชัยกิติพร
Good morning, Dr. Philip and Dean Lapa, also Dr. Benedict, Mr. Suthi. Also today we have a distinguished guest, Professor Dr. Virasak, Chongdu, Vivatwong, also Dr. Sin Chai. Also welcome all of the guests today. Yesterday we have already listened to Dr. Philip and Mr. Suthi, also Dr. Benedict. And you gained a lot of knowledge yesterday. So today we are going to talk about the occupational and environmental health situation, impact of rubber production and transformation on health and environment. And today we can see many students here, from the Faculty of Sports Science and Health, and also other faculty. Okay, for the occupational and mental health situation, let's see. We overview yesterday. We have already learned from Mr. Suthi and Dr. Benedict, and also Dr. Philip. Thailand is presently world's #1 natural rubber producer. Okay, so the total area of rubber cultivation is around 3 million hectares, with the yield of 1,663 kilograms per hectare per year, and about 95% are small holdings. And 89% of the total production were exported in the form of natural rubber raw material. Only 11% were consumed domestically. About 1 million families are engaged, either directly or indirectly, in rubber production, and around 10 million people involved in the rubber industry. So So you can see from this graph, the natural rubber production in Thailand. You can see from here, from the year 1975 to the year 2015, you can see our natural rubber production is increased year by year, from 480,000 tons up to the year 2015, around 3,500,000 tons. So that's an increase. So when we go to the national rubber production in Malaysia, it's going to decrease. So most of the part of the natural rubber is from Thailand, we send to Malaysia. Also, Vietnam is going to increase. Even the million ton is still not so much. Also, China. So many of our natural rubber production we send to China. Over 50%, as already informed to you by Mr. Suthi yesterday. Okay, the global natural rubber normal production, we can see that increased year by year. Up to the year 2015, we will have around 1,200, 12,000 tons. One ton tons of the natural rubber. So this is the projection of rubber production in Thailand to the year 2020. You can see that in the year 2000, leading by Thailand, and then Indonesia, Malaysia. And the year 2005, still the same. Come to the year 2010 and 2015, you can see Thailand and Indonesia. We have the projection of rubber production very close, but by the year 2020, probably Indonesia will be a leading country for the rubber production in the year 2020. So the Thailand rubber industry, Thailand intermediate rubber, this is are the products of rib smoke sheet, ISS, and air dry sheet, ADS, around 43%. And black rubber is around 36%, clear rubber 4%, and concentrated rubber is around 17%. The natural rubber domestic consumption in Thailand have you already seen yesterday from Mr. Suthi, leading by the tires. Are also the latex, gloves, and also elastic material and rubber bands. This product. So the domestic sales of rubber production by the year 2010 to 2012, you can see the growth year over year, leading by car tires is around 33.9%, and also the truck and bus inner wheels 26%, and the retreat unit is around 15.4%, and the less. But you can see the year-over-year growth is higher among the car tires production. For the primary process of rubber production, the rubber tapping process. For the rubber tapping process, you can see from here, is when the circumstance of the tree trunk reach 50 centimeter, the tapping can begin. Normally, the tree is divided into 2 or 3 sections circumferentially. One section can be cut for about 5 years, and then the next section is begun. The tapping level is usually started at the height of 100 centimeters above the ground, and then moves down nearly to ground level, and then the next part of the tree trunk is started at the level of 150 centimeters again. A special sharp tapping knife is used to cut the tree, break downward at an angle, 30 angle, along a left to right oblique curve that cuts through the latex vessel. In performing rubber tapping, The rubber tappers forearm, lower arms, and wrist must maintain a degree of friction when the trunk posture is in degree of forward bending and laterally twisted, which depends on the height of the tapping level. You can see here the health problems of rubber tappers. They face with the musculoskeletal disorders, fatigue, especially low back pain from an inappropriate ergonomics. Eye fatigue, also blur vision, headaches, and accidents caused from night work with inadequate lighting. And the health problems of rubber tappers like skin and respiratory irritation from chemical exposure, sting and bite from poisonous insects, animals, exhaustion from insufficient rest and irregularly sleeping patterns, and night work affect the biological cycle and sleep disorders. For potential ergonomic problems of rubber tapping work, you can see from the figure, some of the problems is awkward work posture, like a trunk bending, trunk twisting, trunk extension, and height workload, prolonged walking and standing, and repetitive work, night work. Some of them working, maybe 7 to 10 hours during the night time. Come to the health problems of rubber tappers. This case from India. So you can see from this figure, most of the problem is due to the musculoskeletal disorder, which is around 30.4%, and the accident at work is 22.8%. And the other problem is hypertension, asthma, or diabetes mellitus. From the musculoskeletal disorder among rubber tappers, this is a case study at Trang province in Thailand by Bensa. Okay, she studied about the working conditions and prevalence of the musculoskeletal pain among the rubber planters. This case study in Tambon, Na Krua, and Kantang district in Trang province. You can see reading musculoskeletal disorder problem is a low back pain, which is a large workload. It's a 55.1%, heavy workload is 55.8%. And the other, this is a carpal tunnel syndrome. It's a 14.9% for the large workload, and heavy workload is 22.4%. So we go to the other musculoskeletal disorders and pain severity in various body regions. Study among rubber tappers of Chumphon province, Thailand, by Dr. Suphaporn Mek Savi. She is here. And you can see from here, you can see the mean pain score. So the leading problem is low back pain. The score, the full score is 10. Low back pain is 5. And also the neck, and also legs, and also other body organs. To the prevalence of the musculoskeletal disorder and pain severity, leading by low back pain 52.9%, and legs 14.8%, and also upper arms 8.9%. Factors associated with low back pain among rubber tappers. So factors related to the low back pain, for example, tapping levels, especially working at the low level, they have to bend back. A number of trapped trees, high frequency of twisting, bending, extension of trunk, weight lifting, also perceived fatigue from work, low social support, and low level of education and incomes. The chemical hazards in rubber tapping. Large quantity of chemicals are commonly used as fertilizers, pesticides, and herbicides in rubber plantations. And chemicals are harmful to the skin, to respiratory system, nervous system, causing nausea, vomiting, headache, and muscle weakness. And other chemical hazards in rubber tapping, for example, sulfuric acid, formic acid, ammonia, cause irritation to the respiratory system, skin, eyes, and caustic bite. And personal protective equipment, or PPE, is not used properly, therefore leading to contamination either by inhalation of chemical dust or thermal absorption of liquid. Most agrochemicals used on rubber plantations and the machinery used in rubber production and working conditions present a risk to plantation workers. So engineering control measures could control some of these risks. However, the demographic conditions and the nature of work on the rubber plantations makes engineering control measure difficult. For the personal protective equipment, still remain a necessary part of working with agrochemicals. Proper eye and face protection, respiratory protection, and protective gloves and working clothes are important when chemicals are formulated or sprayed. Yeah. Come to the health risks from biological hazards among rubber tapping workers. So there's a high risk from exposure to mosquitoes and other insects from working process. Mosquito insects, so from the study of Sudhaphorn Wopon, she studied on the health risk assessment from rubber farming activities in Nong Seng district, Udon Thani. Yeah. This is from Khon University. Yeah. Mosquito and insect, this is a problem 44.7%, and scorpions, centipedes 7.9%, and snakes bites 7%. So the poisoning from venomous animal bites such as pain, swelling of the melon can cause the fatality. Health risks from biological hazard also related to those hookworm enter the body that can cause parasitic disease. Exposure to mold spore can cause respiratory disease, cough, nasal congestions, and pneumonia. Yeah. Vector-borne disease in rubber tapping. Vector-borne disease, especially malaria, dengue, and chikungunya, are significant public health concerns in the Southeast Asia. Malaria and chikungunya are particularly associated with forested areas due to the ecology of main mosquito vectors. Several authors have suggested that rubber plantation is an environmental factor for malaria and chikungunya. A cross association was confirmed in Thailand. And also, expansion of rubber plantation may increase the prevalence of vector-borne disease. So from this picture, you can see the epidemic area of chikungunya in the year 2009. So the red color, the case of chikungunya is more than 1,000 cases. The red color in the south of Thailand, like Songkhla province. But for the yellow color, the case of chikungunya is around 101 to 1,000 cases. That's in Trang and also in Pattalung. And the blue, the green, is the case of chikungunya is around 11 to 100 cases in Nakhon Si Thammarat. Okay, so this just to show you the chikungunya is an infection caused by the chikungunya virus. It causes an illness with an acute febrile phase lasting 2 to 5 days, followed by a long period of joint pains in the extremities, and the pain may persist for years in some cases. So the best means of prevention is the overall mosquito control and avoidance of bites by infected mosquitoes. So you can see from the picture, this is a rash from chikungunya on the right foot of the patients. Accident of rubber tapping, also this is a big problem. Injury from accident like skin ulcer, amputation, eye injuries, electric shock. And in terms of environmental impact of rubber production and transformation, the one problem is the air pollution problem about the smoke and particulate dust problem. Rubber wood burden in RIP smoke sheet production cause high concentration of smoke particles in the ambient. Also, the other problem is the odor pollution, like ammonia solution added to the rubber latex can cause a strong smell environment. Also, the other problem, wastewater pollution, mainly discharged from rubber sheet production process and rubber latex industry, for example, rubber gloves or condoms. The particulate matters, for example, smoke particles, the aerodynamic diameter of aerosol particles from rubber wood burning in drying rubber sheet was 0.95 micron. 1 micron is 1/1000 millimeter. So it's very small, we cannot see by our naked eyes. So the max concentration of particulate particles was 47 to 1,358 milligram per cubic meter of air. So this is a Galaxy study. And the other problem is wastewater, especially factory waste. So large amounts of wastewater discharged into the surrounding environment creates a significant level of environmental pollution and health hazards due to the presence of non-rubber substance and traces of various processing chemicals. The value of BOD, COD, TKN, ammonia, nitrogen, and TP, and sulfate. This is an indicator in the wastewater of rubber drying process were found to extremely high. Health impact of rubber production and transformation. So the manufacturing process, they have many processes related, starting from the raw materials handling to weighing and mixing, milling, extruding, and calendering. Next, storage and dispatch, inspection and finishing, curing or vulcanizing, and component assembly and building. The occupational exposure in the rubber manufacturing industry, dust from the rubber processing, fumes from rubber curing, nitrosamines, the polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, solvents, phthalates, thermal exposure. So these are the chemicals that can cause, some of them can cause cancer. For example, nitrosamine can cause cancer also. It's a carcinogenic agent. Also, phthalates, possibly carcinogenic agent. But the occupational health problems among workers in rubber industry from the epidemiological studies suggested chronic exposure to rubber fume and rubber process dust may be associated with lung, pharyngeal, and stomach cancers across wide sector of industry. And also rubber fume has been shown to contain small and variable amounts of mutagenic substance. Natural ventilation by the addition of roof turbines was insufficient in terms of reducing polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons level in the workplace, although a roof-rich vent was functional and had a positive effect. So this is the data show you the summary of a results for personal exposure to the reported rubber process dust. Yeah, in general rubber goods, companies in Britain. You can see from the each process, starting from wetting, mixing, mainly extrusion, molding, curing, autoclave. You can see in the red frame, you can see here, this is the number of sample, percent of sample, 22% of samples in the wetting process. It exceeds equal to or exceed the maximum exposure limit. The maximum exposure limit is 6 milligram per 1 cubic meter of air. Yeah. Also mixing 11%, of sample now exceeds the maximum exposure limit. And also the other one is extrusion process. Also around 10% of the sample exceed maximum exposure limit. And we go to the other one is the rubber fume. This is a summary of results of personal exposure to rubber fume from the general rubber goods companies in Britain. For the rubber fume, you can see from here, milling, extrusion, molding, and also autoclave, not leading by extrusion, around 33% of samples exceeds the maximum exposure limit. The maximum exposure limit of the rubber fume is 0.6 milligram per 1 cubic meter of air. 33% extrusion and molding, and also autoclave is around 25%. That exceeds of samples exceeds the maximum exposure limit. And also milling process as well. So occupational allergy caused by latex. For the general population, you can see the prevalence of latex sensitization ranges between 5 to 10% for general population. For the manufacturing workers, the prevalence of positive skin tests to latex were 11%, and latex-induced occupational asthma was 3.7%, and the prevalence of latex sensitization was 1.3% in latex wasters, and 1.7% in workers from a latex glove factory. So the risk of cancer among rubber manufacturing industrial workers, they have a sufficient evidence to show that the risk of cancer among rubber manufacturing industrial workers can cause cancer of bladder and also leukemia. And they have suggest evidence but limited causal association for the cancer of the lungs and cancer of the stomach. So they still have a limited causation association. That this is suggested evidence. And for the limited evidence for risk of cancer among rubber manufacturing industrial workers, that is limited evidence for the malignant lymphoma, including multiple myeloma and other lymphopoietic cancers and cancer of the prostate. And inconsistent or inadequate evidence that for the cancer of the larynx and cancer of the esophagus. So in conclusion, we would like to say that the impact of rubber production and transformation on health and environment, I think the accident and injuries still a big problem, and health risks due to the chemical hazards and biological hazards, physical hazards, as well as ergonomic hazards, also leading to occupational diseases and also the problem of environmental impacts. So thank you for your attention. Do you have any question or suggestion?
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Chalermchai Chaikitiporn, for excellent presentation.
So now we open the floor for the questions.
So you can, yeah, Professor
over there, please.
Vilasak. You should be the one to answer, no?
Microphone. Yes. ขอเสียงไมค์ลอยด้วยค่ะ Technician โอเค
Yep. Thank you very much for this very comprehensive and very useful information. I think we live in these regions where a lot of very large populations is involved in this kind of rubber plantation business. My question is, how should the health system react to this information, because we researchers have conduct several surveys and we found that this and that and this kind of very large skeletal musculoskeletal problems and fatigue and chemicals, and we have the health infrastructures including in the health promotion hospitals and community hospital. How can this be translated into their actions?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Vilasak. I think this is a very good question in terms of health and safety policies. I think this a group of people we consider like informal workers. In fact, this is a very big, it's a very large group now, over 1 million families, especially most of them in the southern part of Thailand. I think this is Ministry of Public Health. I think they have some program they are implemented about the problem of the rubber tapping workers, but it should be expand to the program to at the national level. And this, I think this should be a national policy, not only the provincial policy, but should start from the provincial level first. Especially this we consider as agricultural workers or the informal workers, which is very important. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, we should have a policy. Start with policy. Why not leading by the south of Thailand? I think Professor Vilasak, Dr. Vilasak Jungso Suviwattana Wong, he is the one that he is a professor in the medical, the Faculty of Medicine at the Prince Songkhla University. And he has a lot of experience, especially in the field of epidemiology. Thank you very much, Professor Vilasak. Yeah, Mr. Suthi.
I would like to just make a further comment on this. Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperative also very concerned on this, the welfare of the tapper. Not only the welfare of tapper, we also consider on the health and all the problem that we already discussed. So we try to make the rubber fund, but that rubber fund is under the Rubber Authority Act. That now we have already gone through the 2 consecutive parliament during the last time, but once we go to the Senate, every time it failed because we change a lot of the government very often. So during this time, what I heard is the military is still interested to bring it back, the Rubber Authority Act. This one will include the rubber fund. That one will take care of all of this. This is a comment from the ministry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this is very good comment and suggestion. Especially we have already the Rubber Authority Act, but how to implement, and they have already the rubber fund. Yeah, the rubber fund. Yeah, I think this is very important. Why don't we make use of this occasion to propose the program, so integrated health and agriculture together. Why don't you be one of the volunteers to join with the committee that they are going to establish in the near future, Mr. Suthi? Okay, thank you very much. So sometimes in our country, sometimes the Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Health, they should work together. They should have an integrated health system, and then they should work together. I think this is very important. Yeah, next.
We still have time for the questions. So any more questions on the floor?
We want to hear the experience from Dr. Phillips. How about the other countries? Then, no. Dr. Benedict, how about other countries? No.
For this moment, we're glad to invite Dr. Walapa Choi Buakeo Khochapakdi, Dean of Faculty of Health and Sports Science, Thaksin University, to present token of appreciation to speaker.
Thank you very much, Dr. Walapa. So I have got some message from Director of the IRD, Dr. Aran Berman. He has some announcement, very interesting. So Dr. Alan, where are you? Okay, he's here. So he will have some announcements, which is very interesting. And I also have a message for the poster presenter. So you should prepare your poster at board at 10:20 to 11 o'clock, and you will be there with your poster during the time. So if any of you have the poster presentation, so please get your poster ready at the board by the time.
Additionally, we would like to inform you that please help us make this conference better by filling out the evaluation form and return it to the registration desk or conference staff when you leave. Submitting full paper is optional. However, we encourage you to do so. You can submit full paper in September 1st to 14 via conference email.
Okay, Dr. Alan is ready, so we...
Yes, I would like to thank the organizer to give me this opportunity to present the next rubber event, which will be held in Lao PDR in October 16 to 18. So the title of this workshop is Sustainability of Natural Rubber in the 21st Century. And so it's organized by different projects linked to rubber, like MIUs, a platform with partnership of CIRAD, the Surrey project. You have an introduction of this project yesterday by Barbara, and the Green Rubber project made by ICRAF. And the objective of this workshop is to bring together regional and super-regional stakeholders involved in natural rubber production, communicate findings and define state-of-the-art of research of sustainability of natural production in the Mekong area, and to increase visibility of our project and research activity and improve understanding on rubber stakeholders in this Mekong area. And so the last part is very important because one of the goals is to try to set up a collaborative program at the regional level on rubber. So if you are interested in participating to this workshop, please contact us. You have here the email and the website where you can find all the information. Thank you.
So we better make again in Laos. Okay, so I have some more announcements. The first one is the one who will join the field trip tomorrow. The van will leave from your hotel at 6:30. But before that, you could please reconfirm again at the registration desk so we can arrange a van to pick you up at 6:30 from your hotel. And I would like to inform you that the boat for the field trip is a long tail boat with no roof. So please prepare your hat, your umbrella, or your protection equipment in case of raining and shiny.
For all presenters, could you please upload your file at registration desk as soon as possible? Thank you.
So after this plenary lecture, the program will be separated into 2 rooms. The technical session in socio-economics will be held in Sinakaran room, which is down there, and the environmental and public health issue will be held in this room, the Papayom room. So the session will start from now until the afternoon. And after the technical session is over, the closing ceremony will be held in this room about 20 past 3 p.m. So please all together be here at 3:20 p.m. And the poster presenter, announcement again. The poster presenter, please receive your certificate at C Banpot room at 1 p.m.
Let's get back to the full paper submission. The peer review process will take approximately 2 months with energetic staff. The proceeding book will be completed at the end of October 2014. Additionally, e-proceeding will be available at our website www.2014icr.tsu.ac.th after proceeding book was completed.
So I think this is all for the morning session. Do you have any questions or unclear announcements? So please contact our staff. And then now I would like to invite you all for the refreshment, which is served downstairs. And we can start the technical session at 11 in Papayom room, this is room, and the Sinakaran room downstairs. So please have a good discussion and fruitful presentation for your oral presentation and technical session. And we hope you enjoy your free trip tomorrow. And this is for all from our team. And thank you very much for joining the ICR. Thank you. So coffee break is serving at downstairs.
Lo test lo test
Excuse me, poster presentation, it's time for poster presentation. Could you please add your poster right now? Hello check
สนุกไหมครับอาจารย์
ได้ครับ
ตัวโปสเตอร์สนุกไหม
ดีครับดีครับดี
พี่ครับเป็นลม
ในมีอาจารย์อะไรพอว่าไอ้
ผมจำไม่ได้แล้วว่าแต่ว่าเขาเป็นคนสอนทฤษฎีเกมจำไม่รู้สึกตัวเองไหม
ต้องเชิญอาจารย์หมอมันนี้ก่อนไหมOkay,ครับ Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to give a warm welcome to all of you on the 2014 International Conference on Rubber, Thaksin University Pathalong campus between 28 to 30 August 2014. In this session is an oral presentation entitled Environmental and Public Health Issues. Today, we are proud to have experts on environmental health and public health. Firstly, may I introduce chairman of this section, who has more experience on epidemiology and public health, is Professor Dr. Virasakjong Suviwatwong. From Epidemiology Unit, Prince of Songkla University. And I also would like to introduce the committees. Firstly, I would like to introduce Dr. Alan Gieder. The second one is Associate Professor Pichaya Paktongsuk. And the final one is Dr. Chanon Gomkamon. Well, I would like to give some information about the selection of oral presentation. Our presentation will take about 20 minutes and 10 minutes for discussion. Total presentation is 30 minutes. And after 15 minutes of presentation, take a 5 minutes left to show to all the presentations. And 10 minutes for the question and answers. And also the staff will show the 5 minutes left and time out. Therefore, presentation should be strongly on the time presentation and give the audience the opportunities to ask questions. The answer should be clear to understanding of who is asked. This is section environment and public health issue. There are 6 topics to be presented, including two presenters in this morning sections. So the first one is scaling up for biofilter circuits for sulfide-rich treatment for the rubber sheet process wastewater. The second one is risk of vector-borne diseases in relation to rubber plantation in Laos. The third one in economics design of rubber trapping knife. The fourth one is musculoskeletal disorder among the rubber trappers, case study by Phayom district, Pathalung province. The fifth one is evidence-based intervention to promote functional ability and working performance for aged rubber farmer with knee osteoarthritis. And the final topic is safety behavior for rubber workers in Koh Tao district, sub-district, Pa Phayom district, Pathalung province. However, in this morning, there are only 2 topics we will present in the first 2 order. So let's start for the first presentation, please.
Okay. It's quite big for me. Big state. Good morning, everyone. I would like to present in the topic of scaling up an Afro biofilter circuit, or call it UBFC, for sulfide rich treatment in rubber sheet process wastewater. Okay. Outline. First is talk about introduction, after objective, research study, and the end is conclusion. Talk about the water pollution crisis first. The pollution crisis in Thailand that caused by strong sulfide contamination from rubber sheet process is the figure. This figure shows the water in the canal along the road between Hat Yai to Pathalung. You can see and smell the bad smell, bad odor that is come from hydrogen sulfide. So where it's come from? The sulfide is from the excess of sulfuric acid that using for making latex rigid and cannot treat easy. This figure shows the smallholders wastewater treatment plant. This is the first pond, and the second pond show the skim separate from the wastewater, and then this figure show the third pond that is called Arabic pond, and left the wastewater for a while. After that, going to the third pond and left it until the wastewater overflow and go out to the creek directly. It's serious because it's just like a primitive treatment, something like that. And this pond, the wastewater, the last pond, the wastewater is just like over the standard about 100 times. Okay. Sulfide is toxic. Sulfide destroy the respiratory system. Sulfide affect to the nervous system. Sulfide affect to the blood system. And yeah, it's very serious, okay? And moreover, sulfide make a metal corrosion and destroy the motor of the wastewater treatment and make high cost for maintenance. Okay. The latex sheet manufacturer provides sulfide-rich wastewater about 350 to 550 milligram per liter that exceed from the legal standard like 350 times. The standard of sulfate is like less than 200 milligram per liter sulfate, and standard of sulfide is less than 1 milligram per liter sulfide. So it's serious, right? And the sulfur compounds like sulfate and sulfide cannot be removed separately by aerobic or anaerobic treatment. Have to use it together and treat them by electrochemical technique. The microbial fuel cell is a novel technology for wastewater treatment. It uses the bioelectrochemical technique for treat the wastewater, and it's like very fast to delete, to remove the organic matter. The principle of the microbial fuel cell is like hydrogen fuel cell. That's use the hydrogen gas to generate the proton and electron and going to be electricity. But in microbial fuel cell, they use the organic matter to be a source of hydrogen and electron. And as we know, the organic matter is normally contained in wastewater. And we have a lot of wastewater in Thailand, right? So this technology might be a good technology for the near future in Thailand. And the toxic compound can be treated to non-toxic compound also, just like sulfide going to be sulfur element and attach on the electrode in the cell. So let's see. Biochemical conversion in microbial fuel cells start with sulfate. In anaerobic conditions, sulfate going to be sulfide. And if we use the biochemical, sulfide can be sulfur at the end and attach on the electrode. This is a summary of the reaction. And other compound that is going to change from sulfate is pyrite. Pyrite is a white powder that we can see at the surface of the wastewater. This pyrite can be used as a source of sulfuric acid again. So it's useful to use this technology. The objective of our research is to apply the UBFC. It's a kind of microbial fuel cell to treat the sulfide-rich wastewater from the double sheet process and to evaluate the feasibility and economical strategy of pilot and plant scale application of UBFC. The material and method. At first, we start with 4 liter in the lab scale. After that, after we check the performance and it's good enough, and then we scale up to 40 liter as a pilot scale and check the performance again, and it's good. And going to be for 250 liter, and then see the result and discussion. Oh, sorry, the figure is not clear for you, but try. This is the lab scale. We use the plastic tube, and the schematic of the UBFC is like this. The main part of the biochemical reaction is in here. This part is generate the proton and electron, And this part is like accept the electron and proton to be going to be water. And the electron from here come by the circuit from here to here, and the proton come over here and react together, electron, proton, and oxygen that fit in here, going to be water, okay, and can treat the wastewater very fast. Okay, next slide. This is the, sorry. This is the pilot scale of 40 liter. The schematic is the same as lab scale. This is a characteristic of the wastewater that I use. And we did a lot of work. I would like to skip it because it's a lot to describe. So, and finally, this is the 250 liter and used for the wastewater treatment in the plant at Tambon Ampher Tamot. Ampher Tamot in Pathalung. This can be treated the wastewater about 2 cubic meter per day, and we can use this unit like this, about 5 units for treat the 10 cubic meter wastewater treatment every day. This is a schematic of the 250 liter UBFC. The difference is, you can see here, the difference is I increase the electrode inside this part to make the short distance between electrode and make it high performance. Okay. This is the detail of the reactor. Then going to the results and discussion. This is the result of the 4 liter UBFC. We check the concentration of wastewater, which concentration is the best for this reactor. So it shows that 5 milligram per liter per day is the best concentration to treat sulfate, sulfide, and COD. It's like 70 to 90%. This slide shows the performance of 40 liter UBFC. The performance is as same as the 4 liter. And this is the performance of the, 250. This slide showed the different raw material that I used to reduce the cost in the reactor. So skip it a little bit. Oh, sorry. Cannot see. This slide shows the biofilm that's on the reactor that function as a sulfur reducing bacteria and change the sulfide to sulfur element on electrode. This slide shows the electricity generation, and it's very typical for this technique. So next slide. This is the performance of 250 liter UBFC. You can see this, the biggest one, the performance is as same as the small small one. So we can use this reactor for treat the sulfide-rich wastewater in rubber latex sheet process. Let's see the table. Before we treat the wastewater, the material in the reactor show the 100% of carbon element. After use, the results show other element that is about 15% of sulfur. So it means this technology can treat sulfur compound and attach on the electrode surface. This is the result of volatile fatty acid composition. It means the fast removal is in the cathode part. If you have question, talk about this later. Okay. And I check the biofilm, the bacterial diversity, and we found that some bacteria generate biocatalysts such as Clostridium, Pseudomonas limobacter, and Rhizobium to make the removal rate faster than other technology. And we found the sulfide reducer as a Cephalotheras and Limnobacter to change the sulfide to sulfur element. This is the cost of the UBFC reactor. Total cost is like $1.28 per liter, and it's consumed the electricity about 2.32 watt-hour per liter. So it's if we compare with other technology, the cost is like aerobic pond, and the consumption rate is like anaerobic reactor, okay? And this is the efficiency compared with other microbial fuel cells. So it's show as same as other reactor, but the advantages of this is like volume of the reactor is like higher than other technology. Other is like laboratory scale, but our technology is suitable. I think it's suitable for the plant scale. The conclusion, the economical UBFC plant prototype performed by biomaterial biocatalyst without chemical and nutritional addition, able to remove the COD around 90%, remove sulfide around 70%. The cost is per cubic meter is about $1,280 close to anaerobic digestion, and the power consumption is less than 0.32 kilowatt-hour per cubic meter close to anaerobic digestion. The quality of discharge, it's within standard for COD concentration, but it's slightly over the standard a little bit. So the excess can be removed by phytoremediation to make the discharge allowance. I would like to thank the Institute of Research and Development for Health of Southern Thailand. So Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Chorisa. Now it's open to the floor for first asking questions, and then we can discuss later. Ajahn Alan, Dr. Alan Keter.
Thank you for your interesting presentation. Can you tell us something about the how to remove the sulfur or the pyrite from the system, and what would be done with it? Can it be sold? Is there a market for it?
Okay, for the first question, how to remove, right? The biochemical reaction use electron. Yes?
I'm not sure if I was clear.
Mechanically, how can you
remove the sulfide and sulfate, and it changes it to a non-toxic form, either elemental sulfur or I think pyrite. How do you remove the sulfur or the pyrite, and what should be done with it?
Okay. I think that the sulfur element that attach on the electrode can remove by pull the electrode out and dig. What? Again?
You change the electrode, right?
Yeah,
you remove the electrode and put new fresh electrode.
Change the electrode, and the first application that I thought is like smoking it for preserve the latex sheet, and the second is like dig it in the land, but it's not good, you know. And how about pyrite? Pyrite is the source of the sulfuric acid, and we can use this pyrite to produce sulfuric acid in the factory, something like that. So that's it.
Thank you.
Yes, this lady, Ajahn. You was that. You can use my microphone.
Nopmani Sunnang from Land Development Department. I would like to ask you two questions. First, how long does this system can be last long? And the second is that can this system can be regenerated after they are already overloaded? Do you have some idea on that?
Repeat it again, please. The first one.
The first question is that how this system can be last long to use it. And the second question is that is it possible to regenerate inside the system instead of buying a new one? Is it possible to make a regeneration to bring it back to use again?
Okay.
Thank you.
First one, I didn't use it as long as a year, just like 3 months, but I guess it should be good about a year, and then change the electrode and put the new one in and inoculate with the inoculum again and restart. Or in case of we can watch the own electrode one, I think we can use the own one, put in the reactor again. Yeah, I'm going to test that this year. Okay, thank you.
Any question, Ajahn Cherlimchai?
Yeah, very interesting.
Thank you.
So in terms of investment and for the cost of investment also, no? Because for this is a scale for 250 liter. How about the scale larger than that? Maybe up to 1,000, 2,000 liter. So is it possible to invest it now if the factory asks you? Is it possible to do it now, to implement? Yeah.
Okay. This is my aim. This technology is not good if we use the bigger reactor. The smaller one is good because of the electrode. The electrode distance is close. If it's very close, it's very good. And this size, 250 liter, I think is the suitable size for the smallholder in the rubber farm. We can make it like a 5 unit of this and use it and run together and treat the wastewater. And they can treat about 10 cubic meter per day, and it's enough for the small plants in the rubberwood farm.
One more question. Do the speed of the the wastewater come to the system have the effect to the efficiencies of the system?
Yeah, it's effect. It's effect a lot. That I showed the first graph, the best concentration of the wastewater depends on the feed rate or flow rate of wastewater inside. If we flow it faster, the concentration is like higher, or if we feed low, like 5 milligram per liter per day, it's very good for this system. And this concentration we can get from the pond that I showed you, the second pond that they left it for a while, like a month, something like that. The big molecule of the organic material digests to the small one, and the concentration of COD lower, and keep it like 5 milligram per liter by control the flow rate inside the reactor, and we can control the efficiency of this reactor. Yeah.
Chan Alan.
Are there any alternative ways of treating the latex apart from using sulfuric acid? Can other chemicals be used instead of sulfuric acid?
You mean
in the treatment of the latex?
Use the formic acid, something like that?
Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, are there other alternative acids which would pose a lower threat to the environment?
If we use the other chemical instead of sulfuric acid, it still have a sulfur compound.
From the latex?
Yeah, from the latex.
Oh.
Because latex is like protein, and component of the protein has sulfur in the molecule of protein.
Probably the sulfurs in the waste sulfur come more from the resins than the sulfuric acid, because you have to have a sulfidine bond in order to make a polymer, I think. So that's create a problems. It reminds me of you mentioned the anaerobic systems and aerobic system. This is supposed to be a serious treatment, right? Are you going to treat sulfur first or treat anaerobic first? Which one is more fruitful? Directly from the waste of the plant. You suggest that we put it in the oven system. I think that's create a lot bad smells. So should we treat in the anaerobic pool first to reduce the nitrogens, and then use your system to treat in the second phase?
Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
We use that technique that you...
So you use anaerobic
tank
first,
I use anaerobic system first. Like we can generate methane first, and then the excess compounds that we cannot treat, just like sulfide or other COD, organic matter, feed it in this reactor. I think it's very good to treat the excess and going to be illegal and can be discharged from plant.
Okay. We better move to the... I still have one question about HRT and SRT. You have not mentioned, but I ask you later on.
Okay.
The hydraulic retention time and sludge retention times. Okay. Is that anything to do with it? I ask you later on because we have to move to the next presenter. Thank you very much, Dr. Chontisa.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the nice presentations. So the next presenter or the next topic is about the risks of vector-borne diseases in relation to rubber plantations in Laos. So the presenter is Julie Pengina from Institut Pasteur de Laos. Yes. From Vientiane, please.
Yes. Sawadee ka. Very happy to be presenting here today. I think in the morning we had a very general overview of the different health aspects related to rubber plantations. And this morning I have the pleasure to show you some of my work I've been doing in Lao PDR. Most of the presentations we've had in this conference have been focused on Thailand. And of course in Laos, the rubber plantation areas and the development of the industry is a lot less developed than here, but I'll be happy to show you what we've been doing. So there have been some suggestions, like we heard this morning, of the risk of mosquito-borne diseases in relation to rubber plantations. And so for my study in Lao PDR, we've been looking in these rubber plantations to understand if there is a risk and what kind of risk this is for the rubber workers. I'm working at the Institut Pasteur de Laos, working together, funded by the French Development Agency. And here's a small overview of the rubber plantation area in Lao PDR. So these numbers are nothing compared to what they are in Thailand, but it gives an overview of at least how the area of mature rubber plantations, so that's the area which is actually being tapped, is being increasing exponentially in the last few years. So in 2010, there was only 900 hectares, which is very small, but already in 2015, an estimated 147,000 hectares of rubber will be tapped, with total area designated for rubber plantation by the Lao government currently standing at 342,000 hectares. The Lao government has really encouraged these rubber plantations to be planted, as they see this as a method of getting poorer communities out of their poverty level and helping them with finding a cash crop which is beneficial for the area. However, because of this huge area that has been changing in their land use, they worry about the diseases linked to this, and which could be economically and socially very damaging if these rubber workers actually get sick in these areas where they are tapping. And so we were asked to do this project to understand if there is a risk and how this risk could be decreased. And so currently I'm still in the process of doing my work, so I'll be just showing you a basic example of what we've been doing. Please, if you have more specific questions, ask me at the question round or during lunch, and I'll be very happy to answer them. So mosquito-borne diseases in Lao PDR are quite similar to the ones that are in Thailand. So we have most commonly malaria, dengue, Japanese encephalitis, and filariasis. Since 2011, there's been an increase in malaria in southern provinces with an epidemic in the last 2 years. We had a dengue epidemic last year as well. And there's also been a worrying for the malaria. There's been artemisinin resistance, which is the sensitivity of the medicine used to treat malaria is decreasing. And we found that in southern provinces of Lao PDR already. And a few years ago, chikungunya cases have been confirmed. So there's a lot of things changing in Lao PDR. There's a lot of, actually, after a good vector control, the malaria cases were decreasing, and so they're now increasing again with epidemic proportions. And so we're wondering why this is happening in Lao PDR. What is changing in our environment? What is changing in our in the movement of people, which is actually impacting these disease transmissions? And so it's been suggested that, of course, migration of the people, land clearing, hydro dam development, possibly rubber plantations could be of impact on these diseases. And so why they think that rubber plantations and mosquito-borne diseases are linked to each other is because it's a tree crop plantation. And especially for the most important malaria vector in Southeast Asia, they prefer forested areas. With now large areas of forest being cut, they're wondering if these mosquitoes are now adapting their behavior to tree crop plantations where similar environments could be present with high humidity, canopy coverage, temperature, and ideal breeding places. Furthermore, there's an increase in contact between the vector and the human because rubber tappers are tapping at night in Lao PDR, but they're actually collecting during the day. So instead of being protected by a bed net in the evenings when the mosquitoes are biting that are malaria vectors, they're actually now in the rubber plantation tapping. So could this change their exposure to these mosquitoes? And also there's a expected change in the disease dynamics due to the high travel activity of people. They expect a 5-time increase in seasonal workers in Lao PDR in the coming future with the development of these huge areas of rubber plantation. And of course, the south of Lao, there's a lot of malaria. If these people who are working in the south go as seasonal workers to the north, will they transport their diseases with them? If they come from Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, and they travel back and forth, will this spread the diseases that are endemic in certain areas? And so the objective of my study was to assess the potential risk of mosquito-borne disease infections, mainly malaria and dengue, arising in rubber plantations. So the first step was actually to recognize if there were possible vectors in these rubber plantations. So what was the distribution of the mosquitoes? How big was their diversity? But then also identifying if these rubber workers are then exposed to them and when they are exposed to them. Is their behavior as a rubber tapper actually increasing their exposure risk? And with this information, of course, write public health advice for the government, for the Lao government, but also for the workers to have some understanding, the understanding and knowledge that we are collecting to actually share that with everyone so we can increase and improve the health of the rubber workers. So I've been working in the north of Lao PDR, and we've investigated the exposure risk not only in mature rubber plantations, these are the rubber plantations tapped, but also at immature rubber plantations, so 5-year-old rubber trees which are not completely mature yet, and comparing this to the secondary forest villages. as many research have been already done in these villages and secondary forests. Those are the comparisons we did. So in 2013, we sampled mosquitoes in many areas, 3 study areas, 2 days and 2 nights, every month from July to November. In 2014, this was carried out every 2 months. And the rainy season in Lao-Pierre, when there are many mosquitoes, is actually from June, July to October, and the rest is dry season. A total of 3,888 hours of data were collected in these months for each habitat. So that means for secondary forest, for rubber, plantation, mature and immature, and village. So the species found, we have a lot of data, but I'm just trying to keep it very basic. We collected about 24,920 mosquitoes in the rubber plantation, secondary forest, and villages in total. So we collected many different many mosquitoes. And of these, in the mature rubber, which you can see here, we collected a total of 3,649 mosquitoes. In the immature, a higher number of 5,322. And there was high species diversity. So this doesn't mean that all these species can transmit diseases. There's a high diversity of species in general, and of these species, a few can transmit diseases, but not all. Actually, what was very interesting is Aedes albopictus, which is the main vector for dengue and chikungunya, was actually 36.5% of all the mosquitoes collected in the mature rubber plantation. For the immature, this was 23.4%. So a high percentage of the mosquitoes we collected were just one species, and that's one species was a species that can transmit dengue and chikungunya. We found the important vectors, so the main vectors for malaria, dengue, chikungunya, Japanese encephalitis, and filariasis in both mature and immature plantations. This is just to give a general overview of our data collected. Yeah, it's a bit difficult to see. The village is on the left, the forest, the immature, and the mature. These are the average number of mosquitoes collected throughout the day, from 12 in the evening till 11 in the evening, so 24 hours. You can clearly see that there's a different trend in there, the number of mosquitoes. So in the village, people are exposed at very different times to mosquitoes at different intensities than, for example, the forest, where there's a huge number of mosquitoes biting per hour. It goes up to 7 mosquito bites per hour. And the immature and mature have a different trend again. Actually, the 2 trends of the immature and mature are similar. You see the 2 peaks, a clear second peak between around 6 to 8 in the evening, and a smaller peak in the morning. So this information doesn't really tell us anything, because it says, okay, we have the mosquitoes, maybe they're there, but if people are not in the rubber plantations, the times that the mosquitoes are biting, they're not exposed to these mosquitoes. So we actually have to look at the behavior of the rubber tappers in these rubber plantations. And so what we got from focus group discussions and different participatory rural appraisals is that people in Lao-PDR, in our study area, actually tap between 9 and 5, so 9 in the evening to 5 in the morning, and collect latex from the cups between 10 and 4 during the day. So we try to then actually link this behavior of the people with their behavior in the rubber plantations with when the mosquitoes are most active. So you see here for the dengue vector, so dengue and chikungunya vector, when people are tapping at night, they are hardly exposed to any mosquitoes. But when they're actually collecting latex during the day, I mean, the number slowly increases. Actually, the peak is after. So in between the latex collecting and the rubber tapping, when they're cooking, washing, they're preparing for the evening, it's actually the highest peak, but still they're clearly exposed to these mosquitoes. Numbers are still low. I mean, there's still mean number of Aedes albopictus they're exposed to is 1, so not a lot, but still there's a clear difference between the different. For Japanese encephalitis, you can clearly see actually the peak is after the latex collecting and before rubber tapping. So if between 6 and 8 when actually they're not in their rubber plantations, but they're working in their houses, preparing their food, cooking. And for the malaria vector, we didn't collect many malaria vectors. I mean, the densities are very low, but this doesn't mean that there is no risk. Many areas in Africa, you have low number of mosquito exposure, but still there's endemicity of the malaria because the mosquitoes that are present, all or a lot of them, high percentage, actually carry the malaria parasite. But here you can also see that actually the malaria vectors, they of course bite during the evenings, but their peak is actually just before they start rubber tapping. And of course they're still exposed later in the evening, but actually their peak is just before and the first hour of rubber tapping. So the future step for us now is actually to identify if these mosquitoes we've collected are do have any infections. Do they carry dengue at this moment? Do they have malaria? We know in the area we're studying there is no malaria, so the chances of the mosquitoes carrying the parasite is very small. But for dengue, it could mean that certain dengue mosquitoes we collected actually have that virus in them. And also, also to look for suitable personal protection methods, which is actually focusing on their behavior. So not necessarily when they're tapping rubber, but also in between those times. And to do a larval survey to understand if these mosquitoes are actually breeding in these areas or not. We've already started with the larval survey. As you can see in the rubber plantations, you have these latex collecting cups where there's actually latex inside and mosquitoes are breeding on top. You have intercropping with banana, and actually in these banana leaves the mosquitoes can breed, and as they are next to each other there's could be impact of these as well. Also because the people are living inside the rubber plantation around the area where they live and work, they naturally create breeding sites as well by throwing away old tires in the rubber plantation, throwing away old bottles and other things. So I just want to show here, this is a latex cup to show you that there's active breeding. You see the mature mosquito on top, which or just came out or is laying eggs. But you can also see all the pupae, the larvae of Aedes and other species of mosquitoes actually breeding on top of these rubber cups. So even if they're not empty, and I mean they use acid and other chemicals in these cups, it does not deter the mosquitoes from breeding inside these cups. So the conclusion is that vectors of globally important diseases are present in mature rubber plantation. However, the behavior of rubber workers expose them most to dengue and least to Japanese encephalitis, but the numbers are still very low. So we need to investigate this further on a larger scale. And the highest risk of mosquito-borne diseases was actually in between the collecting of the latex and the starting of the collections in the evening. So we should focus our control methods on this time frame when the exposure risk is highest. And in our study area, we don't have a lot of malaria right now. We have a lot of dengue cases, but not a lot of malaria. But this study is not only important for now, but also looking at the future, because with the change in dynamics of migration, people traveling from the north to south, south to north, with the resistance strain of artemisinin already detected in the south, if we start traveling up and down this country area and there is already the vector population is present, that could mean a risk in the future. Even though it is not a problem at this moment, it could change the dynamics. So the development of rubber plantations will continue to contribute to economic, environmental, and human migration changes in the region. And monitoring these areas for human migration intensity, disease incidence, and vector populations should be prioritized to understand if they are a driving factor behind the increase in vector-borne diseases in Southeast Asia. Thank you very much. I hope everybody understood what I was trying to say. I don't know if there are any questions.
Thank you, no, Julie. May I take the liberty explain to the students? Some of them don't understand, not English but the context. Just speak very shortly in Thai. งานวิจัยนี้เป็นงานวิจัยที่เก็บตัวอย่างยุง20,000 กว่าตัวในป่ายางที่ประเทศลาวแล้วก็พบว่ามียุงหลายชนิดที่สามารถเกิดโรคได้มี7-80 species นะฮะแต่ว่าไม่ใช่เกิดโรคได้ทุก species ตัวที่สำคัญที่สุดก็เป็นยุงเขาเรียกว่ายุงลายสวนนะฮะEdi Albopictus หลังขาวนะตัวเนี้ยมี20 กว่าประมาณ1 ใน 4ของยุงที่เก็บทั้งหมดแล้วก็แสดงให้เห็นว่ามันแต่ว่าไอตัวที่เพาะอยู่ในไอกระบะยางเนี่ยอาจจะไม่ใช่ตัวนี้เพราะว่ามันอาจจะเป็นตัวอื่นก็ได้โอเคนะเอาแค่นี้ส่วนของอาจารย์ชนศิลาเนี่ยเป็นคนไทยถ้ามีอะไรก็ไปถามเขาโดยตรง Okay, I just explained to you about your any question from the experts. Well, I have done a lot of research, very similar to yours, looking at these vectors, and our recent publication was about chikungunya in Pattalung, the transmission in Pattalung. The different, you argue that your threat is in dengue. Actually, most of the transmission in dengue is within the household, inter-household transmission, because these are domestic. As you know, this is more domestic. In Thailand, this is Anopheles Edi aegypti, which is more on the small vessels in a container in a household. On the other hand, the evidence shows that chikungunya is outdoor transmissions. Only 4 or 5% of the cases are transmitted within the same family, but in dengue it's a very high percent. So I think when you say that this is, you show a slide that most of your vectors, a quarter of your vector is Albopictus, right?
Yes.
Yes. We have a study in rubber plantation in Thailand, in Songkhla, with the students. A lot of people suspect that the resin collector is a breeding place for the vectors, and which when the children go into the plantation, they have increased the risk to get dengue, and that's not true. The data show that those who play in the plantation has not increased risk. It's those who sleep in house in the daytime, they increase the risk by these empirical studies. So I think Albopictus is mainly for chikungunya. But as Jan Cherlemthai has shown, chikungunya cannot travel very north. It stops maybe around Surat Thani and not going to Chumphon or not in. You got confirmed case, but you don't get outbreak. In this area in Pattalung, we do the seroepidemiological survey. 2/3 of the population in the village, in the endemic village, has seropositives, and only 1/3, that is a half of seropositive, got disease. So I think even you have the vectors, even the virus can be carried there, but there's some unknown nature. But why the disease don't go upwards?
If I can respond to that,
yes.
I've been focusing mostly on dengue because in our area we had a dengue epidemic last year. I got dengue while I was doing my study.
Yes.
So I know that the data mostly shows that Albopictus is their main vector of chikungunya, secondary vector to dengue. But for our case in our study area, dengue was actually transmitted mostly by Albopictus because we didn't find any aegypti. In the entire, we surveyed the village, we surveyed the secondary forest, we surveyed the mature and immature. We didn't find any aegypti. We only found Albopictus, and there was active dengue transmission in our study area. So I guess this is different from what is happening here. What is normally
that is in Luang Prabang,
Yes,
very...
Luang Prabang province, not Luang Prabang
no,
city.
okay.
Luang Prabang province, yes.
Can I ask you further question? There's the containers, placed in container, the leaves. What species are they mostly?
Albopictus.
Really?
Albopictus and our Megaris, which is suspected to be a vector too, but not no.
Albopictus.
Albopictus.
Not Culex, because a very high concentration of solute.
Yes, you would expect Culex because they like dirtier water, but for our survey until now, we haven't found any Culex, but we find the other species of our Megaris.
In the forest, you have a higher peak, maybe 2-3 times higher. Are there also Albopictus?
Many of them are, yes. In the forest, in this area, there are many Albopictus mosquitoes. So probably the main area where people are being exposed and dengue is transmitted in our study area is forested areas. But because they don't, to the forest, they go, but on the rubber plantation area, they regularly work as well. The rubber workers actually had dengue as well, so there must be a transmission within the rubber plantation. Because when in the village, there were hardly any Albopictus, and the
you better verify by epidemiological studies, not just...
Yes, we are going to do molecular analysis of the mosquito species we've collected.
No, I mean you have to look at the case, the behavior of the case, because you can have the vectors there, but it should be confirmed by the mapping of the case and behavior of
Definitely,
the case.
but that is for future studies. This is just a very basic idea of understanding, the first step in understanding what is actually happening, and I think that after this, you can actually start focusing on, okay, so is there really a risk? Can we say that there's a risk for the rubber workers, and how?
Okay, one more question. Sorry, I asked too many questions. Why the forest has higher densities of mosquitoes?
Higher
is
densities?
It due to breeding press?
Yes.
Or is it due to just easy for the mosquito to live longer?
The bamboo is a main breeding site, and because it's close to the villages, all these forested areas are not, they're secondary rainforests, they're not the primary rainforest where not a lot of activity is. People are going into these forests to collect food, to collect bamboo, so when they cut the bamboo, it fills up with water, and they're ideal breeding sites for many mosquitoes. So.
Okay. Yes, sir, please. Please identify yourself as well.
Hello, my name is Hans Overgaard from IRD in Bangkok. I have to make some questions. Not really so much questions, more of comments also, because I think it's a very nice study you have done, and you have covered almost all aspects of the mosquito collections, and you do show very nicely during the day and during the night the density of mosquitoes. You're looking into the larval habitats, which you're going to analyze now. You're also going to do to see if you find malaria parasites, Plasmodium, and the virus in the mosquitoes. So I think it's a very comprehensive study. It's very interesting to see what's going to come out of this preliminary work or first work from Laos. When it comes to we mentioned about chikungunya not going up north, but we have had chikungunya outbreaks in Europe, in Italy, so it's possible that it might also come to northern Thailand and to Laos as well. Regarding your graph on the mosquitoes, maybe it's possible to go back to that graph, because I think that one was where you had the daytime biting and the four sites and the density of the mosquitoes. I think what you showed there was all species, or was it just vector?
Yes, just to give an idea of when
exactly.
The high density.
So I think further in the front.
Yes,
this one.
This
yes,
one.
This one. So this is a nice graph and shows you have more mosquitoes in the forest, but we don't know what kind of mosquitoes from this graph. So I think it would be nice to present this also with the main vector species, which you have this data, so I think it would be nice to present it like that as well. Then my question in the end would be, when you're collecting your larval survey, will you do that only in the rubber plantations, or will you do that in the 4 sites as well?
Because of time constraint, we're doing it in 3 out of 4, so we're doing it in the villages and in the immature and mature rubber plantation. We're not doing it in the secondary forest because that is very intense and very difficult to do. And because we have limited time, we decided to focus on those 3 areas.
All right. This is a demonstration of what we call eco-health, the ecology that affects human beings' health. So very well demonstrate that after you share the policies on planting birds, what effect on the risk. This one just demonstrates mainly the vectors. She will continue on working with the disease later on. Any more time? Time's up? No. She says thumb up. Thank you very much, Julie.
Thank you very much for very nice presentations. So there are 4 topics will be started in the afternoon, about 1 o'clock in this section as well. Okay, thank you very much for all the audience and all committee as well. Thank you. อุตส่าห์เตรียม So, good afternoon, everybody here, ladies and gentlemen. So I would like to say welcome again in the environment and public health sections. So this is, I think it is time to present about this topic. So there are only 4 topics left. So I think it's just going to be start right now. So I would like to invite the topic number 3 to present about ergonomic design of rubber trapping knife by Is that correct? Okay. Okay, let's start, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Varasak Sumakel. I would like to present to the research topic is ergonomic design of rubber tapping knife. I study this thesis under Department of Industrial Engineering, Prince of Songkhla University. My teamwork is Assistant Professor Charan Chevijit, Assistant Professor Dr. Angun Sangapong, Mr. Pornchai Pana, and Mr. Varasak Sumakel. My contents included introduction, problem description, material and method, result and discussion, and I finished my content of conclusion and future worker. Introduction, Brazil of South American is birthplace of rubber. American native use cow knife for rubber tapping. Colonized England, cost of rubber travel through Asia. Asia use yebong knife and cow knife for rubber tapping. In Asia, have rubber plantation is Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia. Most rubber production is in Thailand. In Thailand, have rubber production area about 22 million hectares, considered in northern about 1 million hectares, in northeast about 4 million hectares, in central about 2 million hectares, and southern about 13 million hectares is most rubber plantation area in Thailand. Trang is first rubber plantation in Thailand. In rubber industries, begin by rubber tapping, rubber land harvesting, preparation of raw material, production, and finish final production. Rubber tapping is critical for rubber industry. Impact for rubber tapping knife may play an important role in this of disorder and accidents. Working in an unnatural posture and exertion repeatedly for a continuous time. Rubber workers will experience musculoskeletal pain syndrome, affect the limb and family or rubber tapping. And research by Narong, the prevalence of musculoskeletal pain is a significant statistical difference, 22.4% in heavy work and 14.9% in light work. Problem description. In currently, rubber tapping knife is too tight in Thailand. Taiwan cow knives. Cow knife use push forward press on the rubber bar, and Jaebong knife. Jaebong use pull forward on the rubber bar. Jaebong knife is most popular for rubber tapper in Thailand. Problems in use rubber tapping. Use rubber tapping knife. Poster is worker consider from poster hand grip. Cause of ulnar deviation and radial deviation, flexion and extension of causing musculoskeletal disorder, trigger finger, and carpal tunnel and syndrome. Material for research. The sample 30 rubber tapper in 2 districts, Nayong district and Yat Khao district in Trang province. Ergonomic design principle. Average hand size of population in southern Thailand. The questionnaire for rubber tapper satisfaction, ergonomic assessment, rebar technique, and statistical technique. Rebar technique is rapid entire body assessment. Rebar technique have 2 phases. Phase A, analysis neck, trunk, and leg. Phase 2, analysis hand and right. This in research use phase 2 analysis arm and right. If this score safe the poster, if most score safe poster, scoring from 1 negligible risk, 2 or 3 low risk, 4 to 7 medium risk, 8 to 10 high risk, more even very high risk. Sorry. Next, hand design. Study poster rubber tapper. Several years ago, rubber tapper used general knife for rubber tapping. Next, use cow knife for rubber tapping. In Asia, use cow knife for rubber tapping. In currently, Jaebong knife is most popular in rubber plantation in Asia. Continue method. Study traditional rubber tapping knife is Jaebong knife. Size of Jaebong knife, outer diameter handle 22 mm, inside diameter handle 22 mm. Length, handle length 190 mm, weight 0.30 to 3.5 kilogram and material silicon, manganese or iron. For hand tool design prototype rubber tapping knife 3 type. Taiwan handle finger groove, design with indentation or groove and appropriate 2 finger and hand thick. Type 2 handle grip round bend, designed for the width in the straight line. Straight lines cause of nerve and tendon strain line. Type 3 handle round flat curve, designed for the wrist in straight line and broader contact area to distribute pressure across the palm. Method continue. Making prototype 3 type of model of rubber tapping knife. Prototype of rubber tapping knife use the wood. Model 1, Model 2, Model 3. Testing poster extension and extension poster and ulnar division and median division poster. Result from testing. For as Model 2 less angle value than Model 1 and Model 3 and 09. Result from questionnaire satisfaction of rubber farmer. Rubber farmer select Model 2 satisfaction, most satisfaction Model 2 more Model 1 and Model 3. Suggest from rubber panther. Suggest from rubber farmer is the short handle. From traditional rubber tapping knife handle length of prototype 17.5 centimeter. From records poster hand grip. Use hand grip away from handle. Average distance 2.5 millimeter. We think improve handle length 15 centimeter. Making final prototype rubber tapping knife. Final size handle outer diameter 26 millimeter. Handle inside diameter 22 millimeter. Handle length 150 millimeter. Handle angle 20 degree and material silicon, manganese or iron. In the testing final prototype rubber tapping knife result from analysis rebar technique found that new rubber tapping knife have scoreless than traditional rubber tapping knife. Result poster from using traditional rubber tapping knife and using new rubber tapping knife. Save arm and wrist could reduce to working wrist and significant level of 0.05. And from questionnaire sample with a new knife, satisfaction than the old knife at significant level of 0.05. And this developed rubber tapping knife is suggested to high of rubber tree in the range 0.5 to 1.5 meter. Conclusion. The new rubber tapping knife is handful economic with a satisfaction of rubber farmer. The tool can reduce the risk of arc and risk musculoskeletal disorder. And in the future, the different size of rubber tree is considered for design a new prototype of rubber tapping knife. I finished for my research topic. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a nice presentation. I would like to invite commentators and anyone who want to ask question. Ajahn Alan, please.
Thank you for your presentation. Can your ergonomic knife be used equally by right-handed and left-handed rubber tappers?
Right.
Right-handed
Right.
or left-handed?
Left. Left.
I mean, did you test it with right-handed people or including some left-handed people?
ถนัดซ้ายบ้างหรือเปล่ามีดเป็นมีดสำหรับคนถนัดขวาได้ทดลองกับ
speak Thai
Yes okay I can translate
ใช่ไหม
โอเค
ในการกรีดยางเนี่ยครับก็คือกรีดจากขวามาซ้ายครับก็คือกรีดทางซ้ายไม่ได้ครับเพราะว่าเส้นน้ำเลี้ยงของต้นยางเนี่ยจะขึ้นจากขวาไปซ้ายเราก็จะไปกรีดตัดเส้นพอดีครับแล้วก็กรณีคนถนัดมือซ้ายอะครับถนัดมือซ้ายก็ทดลองนะครับก็ผลออกมาว่า
so the answer is the what you call the arrangement of these vessels phloem or xylem I don't know it's swirling in that direction that you should stroke in the forehand manner
from upper right to lower left.
Yes, just a slash, not back slash. In the keyboard, you got slash. So this one is forehand slash, not back slash, regardless of your handedness. So and he said he has tried with the left-handedness person. ใช่ไหม
The same model, the same knife for both right-handed and for left-handed people.
มีดเป็นแบบเดียวกันสำหรับไม่ว่าคนมือซ้ายถนัดซ้ายถนัดขวาก็ต้องใช้มีดแบบเดียวกันไม่มีมีดสำหรับคนถนัดซ้ายใช่ไหมครับ
Yes
เหมือนกัน
เจ๊บงอะไรก็มีมีดรูปเดียวไม่มีสองด้าน
ครับในงานวิจัยต่อไปกำลังจะทำอยู่ครับสำหรับ
Okay. He said the classical one has only one type which favor the right-handed person, but in the future he will invent some of the left-handers as well.
Thank you.
And Pitya, Dr. Pitya, please.
ตาบนตายางบนตายางล่างภาษาอังกฤษว่าไงหน้ายาง
Do you have also taste for upper and lower stroke on the tree because they have limitation if the stroke on the tree is quite low because from your design you cannot make it easy with the lower stroke.
This morning we saw Ajahn Chalerm Chai's pictures with the low level stroke ยางหน้าต่ำWould you solve that problem?
In this study, limits of research phase of rubber since 0.5 to 1.5.
Okay, from 50 meters above the ground to 150 meters.
And
that's quite high.
Okay.
Okay.
So you taste both, and I didn't very understand that how many subjects in your study.
30.
You have control 30. You have
30 subjects, 30 people, right?
30 people.
and you have 30 control, so altogether 60 subjects. That's right.
30
มีชุดเดียวมีคนที่ใช้สองชุดหรือชุดเดียว
Yeah.
ชุดเดียวกันครับ
So
ก
it's
ลุ่มตัวอย่างที่สำคัญ
same person using different knife.
So you didn't have a real control. That's right. It's quasi experiment.
Self control.
Self control. Okay, and all of them are rubber planters.
Rubber planter in Drang province.
In Drang, okay. And how many? What kind of outcome did you use from your presentation? I think it's only satisfaction.
Did you test Lula score?
And Lula score.
Uh,
How long after you change the tools before you assess the outcome?
I test Riba score 1
month.
1 month.
1 month. Okay. Because when you have intervention like this, in the real situation, it's just like you test only efficacy of the knife, but actually, the rubber planter also interested in the product of the.
Yes, the yield. Whether you get less resin after use the new knife, then people would hesitate to use the new one.
Yes,
Have you
more.
look at the product, the yield. จำนวนน้ำยางออกมาเท่ากันไหม
ก็ในศึกษาผมก็ในศึกษารีเสิร์ช
ไม่ได้ครับ
ไม่ได้เน้นในจุด
not measure.
Because when you perform such tool, we have to consider both the safety and productivity together to make sure that the effectiveness of the new tool. Because sometimes you have very good efficacy. For example, you can lower Lula score. You can have satisfaction, but I still think that it's very short-term outcome. You have to show long-term outcome, whether it really can prevent the disease or the long-term satisfaction, or how many people who still use your new tool. For example, after 6 months, after honeymoon period of your test of this new tool, maybe they change their mind later on. Because I think this design, because I used to see this design before, and I see that change their mind later on, because when they have to make a lower stroke, it's so awkward to make the lower stroke according to the design. That's my experience.
Okay, อาจารย์ชนนท์
Thanks for your presentation. I'm wondering about the ergonomic risk factors. That's not only the posture. So the other risk factor, do you consider in this study, such as the pressures on the wrist or the frequency of use of that post to maintain or to do the posture?
Uh,
คือว่ามันไม่ได้มีแค่ท่า มันอาจจะมีปัจจัยอื่นอีกด้วยครับ ในงานวิจัยได้เก็บตัวแปรสิ่งเหล่านั้นไหมครับ
ในงานวิจัยครับจากความเสี่ยงที่เกิดจากท่าทางการกรีดยางเนี่ยมีหลายปัจจัยครับ มีทั้งความสูงของหน้ายาง ความสูงของผู้กรีด แล้วก็รูปแบบมีดกรีดยางครับ แล้วงานวิจัยของผมเนี่ยขอบเขตคือศึกษาเฉพาะปัจจัยที่มาจากการใช้
So the answer is there are many factors, and his research is confined to only the 9 factors, right? เอาแต่เรื่องอย่างเดียว
เพราะบางครั้งท่าที่ดีครับก็อาจจะไม่ได้การันตีว่าเราใช้กล้ามเนื้อลดลงหรือเปล่าครับ ซึ่งอาจจะทำให้ปัจจัยเสี่ยงต่อสิ่งที่เราสนใจเช่น carpal tunnel หรืออย่างอื่นครับอาจจะยังคงมีอยู่ก็ได้ครับ ผมก็เลยถามเผื่อว่างานวิจัยครั้งหน้าเนี่ยอาจารย์จะเก็บ EMG อะไรด้วยหรือเปล่า
ครับใช้ EMG
อ๋อแสดงว่าเป็นเฟสถัดไป
ครับ
โอเคครับ
Okay.
โอเค
So
แล้วก็
in the future he will measure the electromyography, electromyogram studies.
Did you measure about the anthropometric data before you start the research? Anthropometric
ส่วน
data
สูง
ขนาดมือส่วนสูง
มืออะไรพวกนี้
ครับเก็บครับ
Yes.
Yes. Are there any difference between this subject?
For safe poster hand and wrist
อ๋อก็คือแล้วก็อยู่ในเรนจ์ที่กำหนดไว้ใช่ครับเพราะว่ามันมีปัญหาตอนที่เราออกแบบเจ้าตัวไดมิเตอร์ของตัวจับอะครับคือถ้ามือมันต่างกันมากโพสเจอร์มันไม่มีทางเคียงกันแน่ๆแสดงว่าวัดไว้แล้วใช่ครับ
จากการใช้ข้อมูลจากงานวิจัยครั้งก่อนนะครับ
ไม่เหมือนมือ subject ของเราอะได้วัดไหมฮะ
วัดแล้วครับเป็นข้อมูลเก็บไว้แล้วครับแล้วก็นำมา
ใช้ทำอะไรข้อมูลนี้ใช้ทำอะไร
ใช้ออกแบบข้อมูล
Okay. He used the anthropometry. He used anthropometric data to design his knife. That's the answer. Okay, time's up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the presentations. So I would like to invite the next presenter, Kun Suthi Inraksa. He would like to present about the musculoskeletal disorder among rubber tappers, case study from Papayom District, Phatthalung Province, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Suthi Inraksa. I am graduate student in Department of Industrial Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, Prince of Songkhla University. My topic is a musculoskeletal disorder among rubber tapper. Case study, Papayom District, Phatthalung Province. This content, one, I'm going to introduction, and two, objective methods, and this now finally is a conclusion. Introduction. In present, Thailand is the world's number one of exports of rubber. In 2011, export 3.4 million tons, and rubber farmer about 6 million in Thailand on family. But the worker in rubber farmer, he is a musculoskeletal disorder or MSD. The data from Ministry of Health reports disease of musculoskeletal system and connective tissue. About 19 million people in 2011. The table one show the top 5 countries in the world to tapping volume in 2012. Thailand tapping volume 3 million 500,000 ton, and Indonesia, Malaysia, India, and Vietnam, respectively. The figure show the plantation labor in Thailand. The rest area show the plantation on Thailand. In the southern of Thailand is most of rubber plantation, about 6%. The table 2 show the disease of the musculoskeletal system and connective tissue. Sorry. In the 2011 southern region, the people they diseased 2 billion people, and the slide show the rubber tapping process. One step is a tapping step, and number 2, latex collecting, and rubber sheeting, and rubber sheet rolling. Finally, is drying. In this study, we focus on the tapping step because of tapping step is a repetitive works, and today we cannot replace step by the machine. And almost rubber farmer sell the latex more than cheese rolling or cheese, rubber cheese. The objective to determine the prevalence of musculoskeletal disorder amongst rubber tapper. The method in this study, cross-sectional survey in rubber plantation developed a group in Papayom district, Pathalung province. Study sample the rubber tapper 250 people, and study instrument use questionnaire for survey the factor associated with MSD. The result show the demographics data. The age of rubber tapper is the mean is 42 years old, and work experience 12 years, and and sleep about 5.6 hours per day, and the gender of rubber tapper slightly female, about 56%, and then the income per month $5,001 to $10,000. About 56%, and the education level almost they study in primary school and secondary school, And then smoking. No smoking, 74%, and drinking, no drinking, 69%. Because of a rubber farmer is a female, and productivity distribution, they sell latex rubber almost 73.2%. And 7 show the physical works characteristic. A plant location, the plant location of rubber tapping almost is a plant area, 88.8%, and number of tree cuts per day, more than 500 trees per day. And finally, the handiness of rubber farmer is a right hand, 89.2%. And the table show the prevalence of musculoskeletal disorder. From analyze, the number one of prevalence is low back pain. Low back pain prevalence 72.8%. Number two, hand and wrist 40%, and number three, upper back 34%. The table 6 show the risk factor associated with MSD, analyzed by binary logistic regression. The four factor is effect. Number one is less than or equal 42 years, or ratio 2.89. And factor 2, work experience. The work experience is less than or equal 7 years. Number 3, no drinking. And number 4, firm tune grip. Firm tune grip or tapping knife. And slide show the cruise and adjust analysis of factors associated with ASD. We analyzed by multivariates. The 5 factors are number 1, gender, the gender male. Number 2, age less than or equal 42 years. And number 3, drinking. Number 4, firm tune grip, and the last, the final, number of tree to cut per day, less than or equal 500. In conclusion, the high prevalence of MSD in this study was low back pain, low back and hand wrist pain, and the personal factor and working condition that effects of MSD. Furthermore, we should study allowance time or design tune and and equipment to reduce musculoskeletal disorder. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kun Suthi. This is more on empirical type of study. Ajahn Alan.
Thank you for the presentation. I was surprised that having a firm grip reduced or was associated with lower prevalence of MSD. Is that right? Firm grip, odds ratio 0.24. It seems surprising to me.
Okay. No.
Next slide, I think.
Next slide.
Yeah, this one. Firm tool grip, odds ratio for yes is 0.24.
So if you grasp more firmly, you are less likely to have MSD, right?
It seems a bit surprising to me.
Why?
What is the relationship between holding it firmly and MSD? But MSD can be back pain or wrist to hand. If you're thinking of MSD of wrist,
maybe
I would have thought of holding it firmly may cause more MSD than holding it lightly.
And this MSD is for the whole body, right?
Any part of the body, right?
Yeah.
182. I mean, when you analyze the multivariate, your MSD is for the whole body, it's not just for the hands. Is that right? Yeah, this one.
Yes. Yes, yes.
250, so is the whole body.
Yeah.
So maybe people with less MSD can hold grip stronger.
Yes, it could be the way, yeah.
If you got MSD, your muscle will be weak and you cannot grip. Ajahn Pitaya.
I think your study, I'm so interested in firm to grip as well. Because firstly, I think it's just like a new indicator in economics. Just like if you have a very strong hand grip, it decreases your disease. But no, it means that you ask him, right, whether you hold your tool firmly or not. That's right. So I think it's better related to wrist pain or something like that. I would like that you just subgroup analysis for 100%. Because previous slides you show that there are 100%, that's right, who have wrist problem. Could that help? Let me see the last slide, please. No, previous slides, sorry, yeah. Firm hand grip. And next slide. Yes, yes, this one. So the prevalence is 40%. 100% report hand and wrist. Maybe we cannot help it at all. We cannot even group analysis because I think it's not, to me, it's not reasonable that you have full hand grip to predict whole body musculoskeletal pain. I think it's not logical or not biological possibility. I don't see it. Could you explain more why you hold hand grip and then it can cause lower back, hand, upper knee, hip like that? Or you use traditional, what is your reason to,
มาแล้วครับ
ทำไมข้อมูลของคุณถึงบอกว่าถ้าจับแน่นแล้วมันจะเจ็บน้อยลงใช่ไหมจับแน่นแล้วปวดแล้ว
จับแน่นแล้วมันจะเจ็บน้อยลง
ทำไม
อันนี้ก็
นี่เจ็บทั้งตัวด้วย whole body pain
นี่คนที่เขาจับกระชับมือก็คือจับมีดกรีดยางแล้วก็กระชับมือเหมือนว่าในปัจจุบันเนี่ยคนที่เขากรีดยางเนี่ยเขาจะสั่งไปตีมีดกรีดยางส่วนมากจะสั่งตีมีดหรือว่าจะซื้อมาจากที่เขาขายส่วนใหญ่เขาจะสั่งตีมีดให้พอดีกับมือของเขาด้วยที่บางอย่างถ้าเราไปใช้ที่ซื้อมาเนี่ยบางทีจับไม่พอดีมือเนี่ยก็อาจจะเกิดอาการปวดเมื่อยอะไรได้นั้นว่ามันไม่พอดีกับมือ
Okay. Anyway, there's another question by my co-chair. Please.
So, thank you very much for your nice presentation. Could you please show me the table number 6
with the odds
or 8?
ratio?
Yes, that you show about the odd ratio.
Next one.
Next.
Yes, this one.
Okay,
this one. Yes, number 2, H.
Yes.
Next, this one, the multivariate.
The multivariate analysis.
Okay, this one.
In the number 2, the factor about that you say 8. So in the you analyze the odd ratio on HOR is equal to 3.16. But you take a look about the 95% confident interval, but is it include 1? But the p-value is significant. So how do you interpret this one?
Yes. คือปกติถ้ามันไม่รวมหนึ่งคือว่า significant.
The more important is both the OR and adjust OR is above 1, right? But the balance of 95% confidence interval is more on the below 1 because 0.03 is very low and 0.11 is close to 1, so the balance is tips. So I think this one may be some typo, so just be careful. And besides, when you 95% ORs include 1, the p-value should not be lower than 0.05. Okay, just take a note. Any more comments? อาจารย์ชานนท์ there's okay you and then
อาจารย์ถาม musculoskeletal disorder ภายในเวลาเท่าไหร่ครับ1 ปี 1 เดือนหรือว่าอะไรเนี่ยครับ
6 เดือนครับ
6 เดือนเลยนะครับถ้า6 เดือน prevalence เท่าไหร่นะอาจารย์บวกหลัง 77% นะครับอาจารย์มันมากหรือมันน้อยครับอาจารย์
มากครับมาก
You will find that in the general population as well, not only the rubber tappers, because MSD is very common everywhere, any occupations,
yes,
including the doctors, right?
Right.
Yes, please. So everybody don't switch off the microphone, okay? It's difficult to.
Yeah,
Yes.
Could you go back to the table 7, where you have the table 7, please. So here you see 8 times high risk for MSD if you are drinking. What is the reason for that? Or what would be the potential reason for that?
กินเหล้าแล้วทำไมปวดหลังมากขึ้น This is a cross-sectional study, and the outcome is measured 6 months back, anytime in the past 6 months. And the practice is probably the regular practice. So the causation is maybe reversal. It's, instead of being a risk factor, it can be an outcome. Like, so this one may be, for example, if we were try to cure their pain by taking more alcohol, then you have this kind of or something else คือการเป็นเหตุเป็นผลไม่ใช่ดูจากตัวเลขนี้อย่างเดียวเราไม่รู้ว่าเวลาเลขมันสูงอะไรเป็นเหตุอะไรเป็นผลเข้าใจไหมตัวที่เราคิดว่าเป็นเหตุอาจจะเป็นผลก็ได้ temporal sequence is important ระยะอะไรเกิดก่อนอะไรเกิดหลังสำคัญ the cause should come before the effects and in your question in your designs you ask 6 months back and you ask what is your usual practice so it's difficult to see which one come first okay thank you we run out of time thank you คุณสุธี
thank you
Okay, thank you very much for your presentations. So I would like to invite next presenter. She would like to present the topic about the evidence-based intervention to promote functional ability and working performance for aged para-labor farmers with knee osteoarthritis in Thailand.
Respected Chair and Co-Chair, dear delicious ladies and gentlemen, I am the second year master student in Community Nurse Practitioner, Faculty of Nursing, Prince of Songkhla University. Today, I am going to present the systematic review in relation to evidence-based intervention to promote functional ability and working performance for aged para-labor farmers with knee osteoarthritis in Thailand. That is one part of my thesis program, as Dr. Sang Arun Isara Malai is my major advisor. From the framework of translating evidence into practice, consists of 5 major stages of knowledge transformation, start from discovery research, evidence summary, translation into guidelines, practice integration, and process and outcome evaluation. So, in this presentation, evaluation of research study, that is research discovery and synthesis of the result into meaningful statement for translation into practice was performed. From situation analysis, most para-labor farmers in Thailand are aged workers who commonly have weak knee pain from osteoarthritis. According to the Health Problem Survey in one district of southern in Thailand, on musculoskeletal disorder, around 38% of elderly have the knee pain. That is the second leading problem, follow low back pain. Therefore, mostly knee pain in elderly related to symptomatic knee osteoarthritis. In general, symptomatic of knee osteoarthritis such as knee pain, morning stiffness, crepitus, and limitation of movement are leading to impaired mobility, disability, psychological problems such as discouraged or decreased self-care capacity and rely on their family. Therefore, this influence leads to decreased well-being and quality of life among the population. As we know, multiple risk factors are associated with the occurrence and progression of knee osteoarthritis, such as elderly, gender, previous knee trauma, and occupational risk factors. especially occupational risk factors with knee compressive force activity are kneeling, squatting, and lifting. These are the major problems in age para-rubber farmer with knee osteoarthritis. Knee compressive unworking process of para-rubber farmer in their units, for example, kneeling or squatting during the process of low-level tapping, molding, or latex filtering, knee bending during the process of knife sharpening, and heavy lifting or carrying during the process of latex handling. Therefore, as para-rubber farmer needs for prevention those factors on working process. However, the para-rubber farmer in Thailand rarely perform preventive measures on their daily activity, including working process in spite of well-documented benefits. The objective of study are the first, to analyze the intervention that promote functional ability and working performance for elderly with knee osteoarthritis, and the second, to synthesize the findings for develop a self-care promoting program and enhance health and well-being of aged para-rubber farmer with knee osteoarthritis in Thailand. Method. In this study, research evidence in relation to promote functional ability and working performance for knee osteoarthritis of workers were reviewed. 10 articles published from 2000 to 2013 were retrieved by online searching from PubMed, SciDirect, CNow, ProQuest, and Thailand's database. That use PICO system as keyword for searching in which P represent population including knee osteoarthritis, elderly or worker. I represent intervention including functional ability or symptom control. C represent comparison that means having control group in the study, and O represent outcome including pain control or functional ability. Therefore, 10 articles were reviewed consist of 5 articles related to improving health status worker and 5 articles related to promote functional ability for knee osteoarthritis, and then grade level of evidence by using criteria from the Joanna Big Institute that level 1 is experimental design, defined as systematic review of RCT or meta-analysis or RCT design. Level 2 is quasi-experimental design. Level 3 is observational analytic design, and level 4 is expert recommendation. Based on the review of 5 articles of improving health status of workers, the most popular significant intervention is participatory economic intervention. As most of design compare between participatory economic and control group is general economic design. That's their result found. Participatory economic are better than general economic design. And the other study of systematic review of 23 of RCT articles that results were found. Participatory economic intervention are able to relieve pain, improve physical ability, increase comfort level during working process, and improve perception of health status worker. The characteristic of participatory economic intervention is composed of the first, education education is similar to adult learning, that trainers educate about economic risk factor on developing musculoskeletal disorder, musculoskeletal problem, basic economic principle, and controlling the symptom on specific workplace or working process by group-based activity. Therefore, education is basically a step in order to emphasize the significance of improving their musculoskeletal disorder. The second, problem identification about exposure on working process or workplace that related to the musculoskeletal disorder. Some study can define it by checklist or case study, but this is based on the perception of group. The third, discussion the solution about their own protection to keep away the economic risk factor, such as using appropriate equipment or redesign working conditions so as to implement the solution to practice. And the last, evaluation can be conducted by measuring pain, physical ability, comfort, or perception of health status. From other article to promote functional ability for knee osteoarthritis, we found that the most popular intervention that has positive impact outcome for knee osteoarthritis is exercise therapy. There are two different types. One is aerobic exercise and the other is muscle strengthening exercise. And muscle strengthening exercise consists of non-weight bearing and weight bearing exercise. The systematic review and meta-analysis from each article conduct exercise therapy that effective for pain relief in patients with knee osteoarthritis. They found that most of all has been effective for pain relief in the population. But the most effective intervention that's exclusive for pain relief in short term is non-weight bearing strengthening exercise. That's mostly positive outcome in 8 weeks. This finding similar to Chadin's study that found no statistically significant difference between weight-bearing and non-weight-bearing exercise on knee pain and functional ability. And also intervention program in Thailand. For this group of patients, mostly focus on education and self-management on non-weight bearing strengthening exercise, in addition to home visits, should be providing in order to encourage self-care ability of the population. Finally, evaluation of exercise therapy can be conducted by measuring health outcomes such as pain, physical ability, and muscle strength. Conclusion. All this evidence can be summarized as follows. Participatory economic interventions composed of 4 characteristics are economic education and discussion, problem identification for economic hazards, group discussion on the solution, and for implementation on learning to practice. All these characteristic strategy delivers to group of workers. The most effective exercise that recommended for knee osteoarthritis in short term on 8 weeks was non-weight bearing strengthening exercise that's based on individual attributes of each participant, and both interventions delivered by education and self-management strategy. Okay. Participatory economic intervention and muscle strength exercise should be implemented to develop a self-care promoting program that enhances health and well-being of the elderly who working in Para Rubber of Thailand. The first step education. Education is introduction information that's essential to self-care promotion. In the future study, the Sahara rubber farmer with knee osteoarthritis will receive information on ergonomic risk factor to develop knee osteoarthritis with basic ergonomic principle that relation to controlling the symptom and benefits of muscle strengthening exercise by group-based activity. The second step, exposure identification, will be the step of assessing for participant working posture, each working posture, and in relation to develop symptoms of knee osteoarthritis, and discussion to find out their solution. The third step, risk protection, will be implemented with the knee elderly. Self-protection by avoiding exposure that's relation to knee osteoarthritis in a group-based activity, including design appropriate working process or pattern. The fourth step, muscle strengthening, is non-weight-bearing exercise and then self-care capacity by home-based. Home visits should be encouraged. Finally, the result of self-care promoting program should be evaluation by health outcome on severity of knee osteoarthritis that consists of pain and functional ability and behavioral outcome on self-care capacity. Okay, I would like to thank the Research Center of Caring System of Thai Elderly, Faculty of Nursing, Prince of Songkhla University, for all support to participate in this conference. Thank you for your attention and welcome any question and suggestion.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. So, okay, any question, please?
Thank you. I'm Nantia, student, PhD student from Prince of Songkhla University. This is very interesting topic, but I want to make clear about your situation or background, why you focus on or interested in aging or elderly. Thank you.
Okay, it's very good question. Because in the context of Thailand, most para rubber farms in Thailand are small to medium sized. Most of farmer aging is the owner, and the younger as me rarely to perform as a farmer in the younger. Mostly they are going to become to workforce is special in industries or the rural. Okay.
Any questions? Okay, please.
I'm Kanyanat Supaporn. I'm a doctoral student in nursing faculty. I would like ask you about according to the slide 6, in the situation analysis, why the elderly para rubber farmers in Thailand are not measured about preventive in their work or daily activities.
Well, because the primary care provider system in the primary healthcare rarely concerned on the working situation when giving the treatment to this population as primary care center.
โอเคอาจารย์ดรอนันต์อาจารย์ธนนท์ครับ
So, thanks for your presentations. What is your study design?
Study design. In this presentation, I present about evidence-based and synthesize to practice design in my thesis.
Maybe you did some systematic review, right?
Yeah.
And includes every study design in your study, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And I'm confused about the title because you said that you conduct study in Thailand. So the paper that you include to your study is just only in Thailand or not?
From 10 articles in Thai, the article from Thailand is 4 articles. 4 articles
You mean
about promoting functional ability for knee osteoarthritis is 4 articles. Article of Thailand.
And you mean that the article that conduct in Thailand or
Yeah.
please go back to the last slide, please. Oh no, last slide. Okay, back. Go back. Okay. That you say about the method of the selection. Please go back. Last slide. Okay. This one. I think Ajahn Chanon may feel that that the priest say Thailand 4 and English 4. So what does it mean? Is it a Thai article or English published in English article or whether or not?
Okay, the database will I searching is from Thai list for Thai article.
Do you mean all 10 research conducted in Thailand?
Yes.
Thai population, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I think you have to take a look and you can take it more because I think there are lots of databases that cannot enter into searching the paper, such as the Cochrane review. That's the very most important paper that use about the systematic review or meta-analysis. And if we read about your abstract, it's not consistently that you present. You say a lot. In this one, you say you analyze the meta-analysis as well. But when you present, did not show any. It's like to review some paper that you interested in about the topics that you present. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay. And question, please. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, just one more.
I think it's maybe confused. You conduct only systematic review, but may have some paper that she include in her study is a meta-analysis, right? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but she didn't conduct the meta-analysis.
Yes, I already told
Okay.
told the presenter that she did not mention about the meta-analysis, but in the abstract,
Yeah.
she said the meta-analysis is also written in the abstract as well.
Okay.
But
Thank you.
in her doing, but did not mention about the meta-analysis.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
I think what you will perform, maybe it's just like qualitative systematic review. Okay, but I have a question that because you didn't show, actually when you perform qualitative systematic review, anyway you have to choose a good quality of papers to make it to make your paper as well. I just want to ask why you choose quasi-experiment study, because they didn't have a real control. That's the first question. When you choose RCT, it's okay. And maybe the second question to answer Ajahn, why don't you choose more database, for example, as he recommend, Embase, Medline, or Cochrane like that? Why you choose only Thai list? Maybe you have good answer that why maybe you need just only Thai content like that.
Okay, that database is I searching retrieved by online.
Why you choose? Why you choose quasi experiment? The second one, why you include only Thai database?
Oh, okay. In Thai article, mostly of article is quasi-experimental, have manipulated control group, but some study non-randomization, mostly study not randomization. But in Thailand article is the quasi-experimental is the social study, as same as social study.
For your papers, I suggest that you have to mention about the database that you search the paper. And the second one is, if you want to systematic review, we have to mention about the protocol that you use to access the validity of the paper. Just not only the Thai level 1 or level 2, but you have to access about the selection bias, the information bias. Okay, so I think it may they will give you more information than the types of the study.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think that there is the last one that I would like to say, because I think it's very important. If you say there are lots of papers, you have to show about the effect side of each paper on the outcome as well. If you show about the table, but you say, okay, there are some item, just only item, but did not show about the effect of the outcome on the intervention. I think you can use the intervention that can be used in another study as well. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, the last presenter, I would like to invite the last presenter to present about the safe behavior on rubber workers in Koh Tao Sub-District, Prapayom District, Pathalung Province, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Thanawan Bojaran. It's my pleasure to do a presentation today. My colleague and I had done a small study. It's related to safety behavior for rubber workers in Koh Tao Sub-District, Pathalung Province. In my presentation, it is divided into 5 sections: rationale, objectives, methods, results, discussion and limitation. The last section is conclusion. In the picture, we conduct this study because 63% of rubber trees is planted in the south of Thailand. Katao is in this area. Katao consists of 13 villages with an area of approximately 125 square kilometers. This area is appropriate to plant a rubber tree. This finger show rubber tree cultivate process. After we did a literature review, we found that a little information about safety behavior, such as personal protective equipment using, working conditions, health problems, which is related preparation, planting, until the collecting fresh latex. This study is aimed to determine working conditions and personal protective equipment using in rubber workers. For material and methods, we conduct a cross-sectional study. 368 rubber workers were recruited. Data were collected using a questionnaire by researchers between October 2013 to January 2014. Data were analyzed, descriptive statistical model. For the result, this slide showed the socio-demographic of all participants. Half of rubber workers graduated high school or higher. 43% of rubber workers have a length of working between 10 to 20 years. And then, in terms of working conditions, we found that 81% of rubber workers reported working outside, and 73% of rubber workers reported that they had inadequate light while tapping. Most rubber workers don't use personal protective equipment. For example, about 80% didn't use protection device. About 73% didn't use eye and face protection device. However, only 3% didn't use food protection device. This slide shows an experience that rubber workers confront while working in the field. We found that 76% of them suffer from pain and animal bite. Sorry. For discussion, rubber workers have to working during have to working during at night. Most of rubber workers didn't use PPE and are prone to risky. For limitation, For a limitation of this study is questionnaire and measurement. Our study has some limitation, and important limitation is measurement. Data were collected using questionnaire that was constructed and was directly used in the field. For this reason, it's likely to produce measurement bias. For conclusion, according to the result from this study, raising awareness and encouraging rubber workers using suitable personal protective equipment is crucial. Have you ever any questions? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentations. Are there any questions from the floor? Any questions? Okay, please.
I just wonder, occupational asthma, the prevalence is quite high, 21%. What is the operational definition in your study for occupational asthma? It's too high, quite high, 20%.
I asked subject, such, for example, คุณเป็นโรคหอบหืดจากการทำงานไหม but I accept this definition is not clear.
Because actually a more precise question might be that did you have ever been diagnosed by doctor that you have asthma, or another question, do you use inhaler when you have asthmatic attacks? It means that you have asthma on medication. Maybe more precise question. Because it's quite too high. I should say national survey may be less than 3% among general population.
Yes.
And I just wonder this slide too. There are so many people use protection device. Do you agree?
Pardon?
Do not use. It means that another way around. For example, body protection device, they use nearly 30%. It's quite high. Iron face also quite high. Could you elaborate more? For example, do not use hand protection for formic acid. 25% only. It means that they use it. 75% is quite high too. I just want you to describe more. It's quite too high for me.
Can I explain in Thai?
Yes.
ก็คือด้วยความที่ข้อคำถามไม่ได้สเปซิฟิกว่าขั้นตอนการทำงานตรงไหนอะค่ะ เพราะฉะนั้นก็เลยสามารถที่เขาก็เลยคือสมมุติว่าขั้นตอนการทำงานที่เป็นเพาะปลูกอย่างไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะที่เขาบอกว่าเขาไม่ได้ใส่อุปกรณ์หรือว่าเขาตากสัมผัสกับแสงแดดอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะเขาก็เลยกาถูกลงไปในนั้นด้วย
So you mean that you asked this questionnaire in whatever process, right?
Yes.
Oh.
That's okay because I also surprisingly about the answer as well because the prevalence of the disease is quite high. So I think very high. So if you take a look about the answer in the abstract, that you say that dermatologists about the dermatology disease is about 97%, and musculoskeletal disorder is about 94%, and poisoning about 92%. I think it very quite high. So I think this is similar into the information on the abstract as well.
I improve it.
Oh, okay, you have to.
That.
Okay, adjust something. So I think you have to take a look about the procedure of the data collecting, because that Ajahn Pichaya said that how to classify the diseases. The subject say, or the disease I have done or something like that, or the disease that the doctor diagnosed or something like, because it's me that the parent is so high, so I think it's quite more overload or something about the parent as well. So are there any questions? Okay, Dr. Alan, please.
You mentioned in several places grass cutting. Yeah? Grass cutting. I think on that one, on the PPE slide. There. Do not use iron face protection. Won't let grass cutting or spraying, and a little bit lower down grass cutting and spraying. And on an earlier slide, you talked about the problem of noise from lawn mowers. I want to know what the association is between grass cutting and processing rubber. Why should grass cutting or lawn mowers feature in the setting of rubber processing factory?
In the field, method to destroy the glass is two method. First, cutting or use chemical for spraying.
So the factories have a lot of grass around them, is that right? But this is in a factory, in a processing factory, is that right? Rubber workers.
Again, please.
Rubber worker นี่นะทำงานที่ไหนครับ
Rubber worker ทำงานที่เดี๋ยวนะคะขอย้อนกลับไปตรงนี้นิดนึงค่ะว่าจะทำการซุ่มแบบสอบถามณจุดรับซื้อน้ำยางค่ะก็เราจะให้เขาทำแบบสอบถามณจุดตรงนั้นนะคะ
เป็นโรงงานเหรอแล้ว
เขาเป็นกรีดยางเลยใช่ไหมครับทำงานในสวนยางใช่ครับ
ทำงานในสวน
ที่สวนยางนะฮะ
ทั้งหมดนี้ที่เป็นสวนยางครับอาจารย์
โอเค
Okay, any question, please? There are 3 minutes left. Any question, please?
So the lawn mowers, kring that, yes. เป็นชนิดไหนที่คนถืออยู่ใช่ไหม
ใช่ค่ะอาจารย์
ไม่ได้เป็นที่ถืออยู่ใช่ไหม
ที่แบบสะพายไหนอะค่ะอาจารย์
Okay, any questions? Okay, if we don't have any question, okay, I think I would like to say thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So this section is closing now because, okay, thank you very much for your audience and all presenters. Thank you. Tan break ข้างล่างได้เลยนะครับผมครับ So about the certificate of the presentation, so you can get here. Ajahn Alan ครับเดี๋ยวผมขออนุญาตเดี๋ยวอาจารย์มอบcertificate ให้กับเขาให้ทุกท่านอะไรครับข้างบนครับผมครับทุกคน So for the final of the section, I would like to invite Dr. Alan Peter to give some certificate for the presenter as well. The first presenter, อาจารย์ชนทิสาครับสุกเกษมท่านอาจารย์ชนทิสาครับอาจารย์อยู่เดี๋ยวมีแทนได้ไหมครับโอเคครับ For the second presenter, Julie Ann Tangina. So next for the third presenter that present about the ergonomic design for rubber trapper knife, Mr. Okay, next presenter, Suthi Indraksa, who present about the musculoskeletal disorder among rubber trapper case study by Payom District, Pathalung Province. Okay, the next presenter, who present about the evidence-based intervention to promote functional ability and working performance on aged Palabar farmers with knee osteoarthritis in Thailand. And the next presenter who present about the safe behavior for rubber workers in Koh Tao Sub-District, Pa Phayom District, Pathalung Province. And the next, the last presenter, Ajahn Chontisa Sukasem, who present about the scaling upflow biofilter circuits for sunfire-rich treatment for rubber sheet process wastewater. And I would like to invite all our committee and presenter to take a photo together on the, please.
ค่ะขอเชิญทุกท่านทานเบรกข้างล่างเลยนะคะเวลา15 นาทีค่ะเชิญข้างล่างค่ะค่ะจะเรียนทุกท่านนะคะหลังจากว่ารับประทานอาหารว่างเสร็จนะคะประมาณบ่าย3 โมงค่ะเดี๋ยวเชิญทุกท่านมาร่วมพิธีปิดนะคะเวลา 15 นาฬิกาที่ห้องนี้นะคะ
hello hello ทดสอบ
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vilayla Kompong from Faculty of Technology and Community Development.
And also my name is Surasak Kuchapakdi. We also come from the same faculty.
May I have your attention, please? Could you please help us make this conference better by filling the evaluation form and return it to the registration desk or to conference staff when you leave? Submitting full paper is optional. However, we encourage you to do so. You can submit your full paper in September 1st to 14 via conference email. The peer review process will take approximately 2 months with energetic staff. The proceeding book will be completed at the end of October. Additionally, e-proceeding will be available at our website www.2014icr.tsu.ac.th. After proceeding book was completed,
I also have the other announcements. Those who would like to join the trip tomorrow, please confirm at the register desk after this ceremony. And tomorrow trip, the vans, we have 2 vans. The van will leave at Tekana Thani Hotel, also at the City Park Hotel at 6:30 a.m. So again, 6:30 in the morning, the van will leave at 2 hotels. So right now, distinguished guest participants, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, I would like to bring you all to closing years of 2014 International Conference on Rubber. We will start with the awarding presenting. There are 3 awards to be presented in this conference. The first award is an outstanding for poster presentation, and this will be presented by Mr. Suthi Intarasakul from Rubber Research Institute, Thailand. And the winner of an outstanding of poster presentation is Titima Na Songkla from Thaksin University, Thailand. I would like to invite Mr. Suthi come up. I'm not quite sure that the winner here. If not, please maybe send someone to represent, please. I think she's from Faculty of Health and Sport Science. Please, just one. Congratulations, the winner, and also thank you very much for Dr. Suthi Intarasakul. There are 2 awards. And we come to the second award. This one is an outstanding for oral presentation in biology and agronomy of rubber production and rubber technology. This will be presented by Dr. Anne Brahman from Institute of Research and Development, France. And the winner is Franziska Harrich from University Hohenheim, Germany. Okay, thank you, Dr. Land, and congratulations, Africa Irish. And the third and the last award to be presented today is an outstanding for oral presentation in socio-economics and environmental and public health issues. And this will be presented by Dr. Céline Botter from Sirac, France. And the winner is Julia Ann Tangchina from Durham University, United Kingdom. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Céline. So we have 3 winners, one from Thailand, one from Germany, and one from United Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to closing ceremony. I would like to call upon Associate Professor Kasem Asawatri Ratanakul, Vice President of Thaksin University, to preside the ceremony and deliver a speech. Please, Mr. Vice President.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased that Thaksin University hosts this 2014 International Conference on Labor. And the 2-day conference, I thought that we have success in terms of the research and presentation and the share knowledge together. From this success, on behalf of Thaksin University, I would like to very deep thanks to our co-organizer, especially for the researchers and staff from CIRAD, IRD, RIT, and ORAF. Those 4 institutions provide our collaboration in terms of the researcher, presenter, and guest speaker. We would like to thank all the co-organizers very much. As well as the co-organizer, the staff in our Thaksin University, who work on behind the screen. We have, I would like to everyone to give the big hand to Dr. Raiwan. She worked very hard in this 6 months for make collaboration and make cooperative with many organizations and many researchers for perform this conference. And the other 3 faculty that will help to perform this conference, including of the faculty of the technology and community development, which the dean sits around here, and also not only the administrator, the staff, and the student in that faculty are helped to manage this conference, and also with the neighbor faculty, like the faculty of the health and sports science, which maybe the dean. We have many students and staff in this conference room. We would like to thank for that faculty very much. Please give a hand. And those who also from the Faculty of Science, the staff and students, and also provide many facilities for the successful of this conference that we can to the Faculty of Science also. And also for those who present in this conference, otherwise from the inside the Thaksin University or from the other university in Thailand or abroad, I would like to thank you and very kind to coming again. I'm quite sure that maybe in next year we will perform this conference again. But if not, I thought that within 2 years, because in 1 year it maybe take time to prepare the next conference. So I thought that we will talk with our co-organizer to perform the next conference again. And at the end of this conference, I saw that the knowledge that we share in this conference, because today is not the end of this conference, because we have tomorrow for the site visit in the field. So after we site visit, we can have many ideas to working with the community and also to get some research project for have the collaboration together, especially for our co-organizer to develop and improve our research in Thaksin University with other researchers in Thailand and other co-organizers to work together. So at last, finally, I would like to thank all the people who participate in this conference, and hope you enjoy the festival in Thaksin University and also site visit in Phatthalung province. I hope this is not the last time those you come to visit Phatthalung. Hopefully that you come to meet we again soon. Thank you very much.
For now, 2014 International Conference on Labor has come to an end. Today is the opening of this conference, over which we have the honor and pleasure of presiding. We are about to close a meeting, which I hope has fully lived up to the expectation of us all. We saw in this occasion to strengthen the ties between researchers, scientists, policymakers, and stakeholders. For the future, we hope to develop stronger cooperation and communication with each other. We presume that this will not be the last occasion when we have globalization on our agenda. Finally, we would like to thank once again for your contribution, suggestion, and dedication. We also express my sincere thanks to the discussants and the chairs of the session, which helped to make the system work. Thank you very much. Goodbye, have a safe trip back home, or enjoy your weekend with us in the field tomorrow. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.